This is a clouds weather alert. Good Sunday afternoon, everybody. Meteorologist Casey Cloud coming on the air here from the Weather Center. We have a strong storm around Stark, but we have a severe warning out toward Wakulla County. So that's why we're really jumping in. But I've been watching the stuff here toward north central Florida. I was going to try to post about it, but then we had our warning in the west. And I know things are just changing very rapidly. Had a gust of 44 at Gainesville Airport. No formal warnings here to the east, but you probably can hear the thunder in my microphone, here toward north central Florida. But toward the west, there is a severe thunderstorm warning in Wakulla County. So I need to give you that information here. Now, we've had our power flicker a little bit here toward north central Florida, but out toward Wakulla County, northwestern Wakulla until 1 o'clock. Severe thunderstorm located 19 miles east of Stone Mill Creek, or 21 miles northwest of Carabel, moving northeast at 20 miles an hour. So severe thunderstorm warning with 60-mile-an-hour wind gust potential out there toward parts of Wakulla County. But you can see that on the map here right now. We're going to try to zoom in on that real quick, and then I think we need to talk about what's going on around Stark pretty in depth, because we are hearing just tons of those rumbles of thunder from the lightning. But this warning just barely clips our area here. You can kind of see the wind energy back out in toward Liberty County, but a little bit of Wakulla under this, so that's why we're jumping in right now. But we'll go ahead and jump over here toward what we're seeing around Bradford County. There's tons of lightning. I know it doesn't look like it on the radar, but I'll back it up 15 minutes. This just kind of formed right over us here in toward Bradford County. So let's go back 30 minutes, just maybe even go back an hour. You'll see how it didn't even have any lightning, and then it got all the electrical energy right over Stark. Just kind of a dangerous situation here with all the electrical energy evolving right over town here. So just hope everybody's okay in terms of all these rumbles of thunder. I know we have our Baron computer system, and some of our streaming stuff on the backup, but, some of our other stuff went off here in the Weather Center. But, I'll get that back on here eventually. But we needed to jump in here with this coverage on the situation here. Just a lot going on right now. These are some of the closer rumbles of thunder I've heard all summer here around Stark, eastern side of Stark here near the Stark Country Club area. So again, as we zoom on in here, we'll zoom in tighter, and you'll kind of see what I'm talking about. So again, a severe thunderstorm warning to the west. This is not even, advisory type of labeled here as it gets further up. This right here, there is an advisory, but if you, click to the north, it's a heat advisory. So that's just kind of how it is here in the overall setup. Right now, a lot of thunder, a lot of that dangerous cloud to ground lightning. Just got to be careful, cloud to cloud lightning. Some of it is too, but just whenever thunder roars, go indoors here. So, lightning is not a severe criteria. Just all those rumbles of thunder here are so significant, though, indicative of they can be sometimes something really significant happening, other times nothing at all. It's just cloud to cloud. But again, watching things here toward Bradford County. It doesn't look like a lot on radar. No, a lot of the stuff in Alachua kind of faded, and we had seen some of the energy, kind of really coincide here with some of this out toward the Stark area, with some of the overall development, kind of, seeing that overall energy kind of move up on over toward areas around Stark. You see some lightning there around and south of Williston there as we get towards some of the different areas in toward that region. So again, I'm just trying to keep you guys up to date on the overall scenario around Gulf Hammock there. Seeing some of this, but let's get back out to why we came on the air officially is because of the severe warning toward Wakulla County till 1 o'clock. We're seeing the worst of the wind energy just to the west. It's a very rural area of Wakulla that's included, but it does include Smith Creek there. It does include Smith Creek. Could knock down a few trees, something along those lines there as we're looking off toward western Wakulla County. Let me see if there's any updates from the Weather Service. Looking for the latest. Not seeing anything, but could be some penny-sized hail in here as well. I know they were tracking this off toward the northeast, but it looks like our system's tracking it in a different direction. Let's just go ahead and you'll be able to see it. It was kind of going more easterly, and it looks like we may be getting formation to the south is why it's showing that indicator like that. So Again, just trying to update you the best we can here early on this Sunday afternoon. With a severe thunderstorm warning in play, a lot of storms to the west. I'm hoping with more storm covers today we'll have less warnings. We'll see if it plays out that way or not. But I'll continue to be watching things here for you. Let's check power outage numbers. I have a feeling we're going to have some in Alachua and Bradford. And yeah, we do have some in Alachua and Bradford here, and even Marion as well. So Suwannee is on the board too. Some areas, Alachua, Marion, Suwannee with some issues yesterday. So let's go ahead and we'll jump back on over to another mode. As you're probably hearing those rumbles of thunder in my mic. Granted, it's possible you're not hearing all of them, but you see this gust here. This was a little while ago toward Gainesville Airport of 44 miles an hour. That was at 12:14. It seems like, there's so much going on here this hour. It was longer ago than that, but no, it really was 12:14 there toward that area, but that's faded, and we've had accidents form in different spots. Eastern Levy. Let's look at this real quick. I'll go to the power outage numbers in a different one in a second, but south of Williston around Morriston, you have a lot of lightning toward that area, and then we're going to go ahead and go to the county power outage total. It's not showing Bradford yet, but it's showing Alachua and Marion here. So this is Marion. This is Alachua. This is St. John's. You have 600 out in Marion, 400 out in Alachua, 100 out in St. John's on this map. Our other map had Bradford with some outages here. So again, just trying to keep you guys up to date here on the situation. Honestly, tried to get on as quick as I could for Wakulla because I thought we might have to go to our backup system if we lost the power here. The way things were looking a few minutes ago, the lightning, it still could happen, with its electrical energy around here in Bradford County. But again, just trying to keep you guys up to date here on things. I'm going to check the Clare Electric power outage map right now. These localized storms, other parts of Bradford, you're kind of wondering what the big deal is. We had kind of missed out here at eastern Bradford, but got a storm. You probably can hear it in the mic. If not, there's just, a lot of thunder in the background. I used to have a different mic set up. This is actually a better one, but the other one, you definitely could hear it in the background with this. But this, focuses more on me, which is what you want here ideally in a setup here, a broadcast setup. But we're talking about 26 customers so far in the dark on Clay Electric in Bradford. 15 customers out in Alachua. So not very many. 8 in Marion, 1 in Putnam. Those are pretty low numbers. 50 total on Clay Electric's grid there. But again, just looking at the Doppler, it doesn't seem like a situation where it's just overwhelming, and a lot of spots are all right, but just things can happen localized like this. Right over Stark here with all this electrical energy. I mean, it is weakening in general, but we're still hearing the rumbles of thunder. There's rumbles of thunder. Still hearing them. Let me go ahead and look here. Don't see any reports yet of any damage here in Bradford, which is good. But we'll back this up the last half hour. I mean, at first this was just a heavy shower, and then we started getting lightning from it, which is not fun. I'll back this up, let's go to the hour. You see how at first it wasn't lightning, if you could really look there. And then all of a sudden we started getting the electrical energy to form with this right over town. So it's always a cause for concern. You have the heat advisory, but we were in the 90s. We're down in the 70s now here east of Stark. And let me check my rain gauge here. Okay, we had about 4/10 of an inch here east of Stark. We're down to 73 degrees. We're at 92 here at 12:18, and we're now down to 73 degrees. So definitely impacting that temperature. It'll go back up eventually, but let me look here on questions, comments. I see Thomas watching. Appreciate everybody tuning in, interest in me. Let's get back out toward the west here, because this is why we, officially came on. I was trying to get some stuff out about North Central Florida too, though. But then we decided just to go ahead and jump in since we had the warning, of course. And it goes till 1 o'clock there for parts of Wakulla County. So western, parts of Wakulla. And then we get back toward the south. There's a lot on the Doppler. and southern Levy, western Marion. These could go severe at some point here. Again, just trying to keep everybody safe and informed. You see all this wind energy here around Morriston. 28, 19. So that's about winds about 50 miles an hour with a burst of wind potential. Just continuing to track things here. Seeing some wind in northern Liberty. That could be an issue for Tallahassee here in a little bit. These are earlier, obviously, than what we've been seeing. Like yesterday was earlier than Friday. Friday was pretty late with the storm development, really, but today's early afternoon. Hopefully this will get us out of here a little quicker. And with more formation, hopefully we'll have less of these yellow boxes compared to the last couple of days, but we'll see. Less of the, severe weather. We had all that damage in Gainesville yesterday, Ocala yesterday. Friday we had a terrible tragedy toward Tallahassee with the tree falling, the large tree falling on a vehicle, killing 2 people. Just terrible to think about that. And as we look here toward, just eastern Levy and western Marion, we have a strong thunderstorm situation right now. We have another storm evolving here around Silver Spring Shores. Silver Road, Merricamp, looks like southeast Merricamp Road there. There's a lot on the radar here that we're looking at. Just checking some different radar views. Because we don't have really great radar coverage down here in our southern friends. But I know parts of Wakulla under this warning till 1 o'clock. It's a very small sliver of our coverage zone, but we're starting to see the wind come on in now. Starting to see some of that wind come on in there just south of Smith Creek. A little bit stronger signal now, 54 miles an hour. So we'll see if they extend that warning then. Based on that signal, that makes me think they might have to, unfortunately. Well, it looks like they went with an advisory for now. Until 1:30. Got quite a bit of this lightning activity. Liberty, county there. A couple different areas. One area, then you have your second area here. I'm not circling all of it, but you kind of get the idea. Let me see what happened in North Central Florida. We didn't have any warnings, but things were going quick there. I mean, just things rapidly evolving. Let me loop this around. Because earlier in the hour, it was about these 2 storms, and then they just completely faded. And we had stuff up here around Stark Form instead. Let's show the Jacksonville radar. I mean, Valdosta works, but Jacksonville's a little closer for these, I would say. Just interesting how things change meteorologically so rapidly sometimes. I mean, it was a focus in these spots, working on getting the post data about that, and then we had the storm form over us, and then the other 2 faded, and we had our warning issued. So a lot going on here toward the weather picture this afternoon in that 12 o'clock hour, as we're seeing things evolve with the overall weather scenario. You see the advisories going away there, but now we have storms parts of Levy, Marion County, getting ongoing here. So just got to be vigilant as we're looking towards some of these different spots. And officially, we don't have any warnings now, it looks like. And a pretty strong wind. It's a pretty rural area, though. Wakulla, 44, 39. That's in the Liberty, too, of course. But, we're focused on Wakulla because that's part of our 38 counties. As I'll go ahead and remind you guys of our coverage area. That's the map there. Let's go over to county priorities total. At least we're not seeing 12,000 and a lot to it like we did yesterday. It's 400, 500 in Marion. I mean, this could still go up some, but don't have any out west yet. But that'll change, I'm sure. Let's go to Futurecast. I mean, it still shows some of the action here in the hours to come. So, I mean, it will happen. It's just it showed it as it maybe being severe for hours on and off. So we'll see. Let me see that one more time. I mean, hopefully the earlier start. I mean, you can see how it kind of, it's hard to see when it's going this quick, but when it's winding down, maybe a little bit quicker or something like that, then that would be, helpful because all these storms the last few days here, including today, just have been pretty, pretty really, impactful, especially the last 2 days. Today, we're just getting started. Hopefully these aren't as impactful as Friday and Saturday, but we'll see. So the SPC day one, we have that formal risk. We now have a slight risk there all the way into areas there north of Brunswick. This is something that just has happened here in the last little bit then. We now have a slight risk of severe weather, 2 out of 5 for just a little bit of our area. See the wind risk there, it's Jessup's just outside of the area, but Brunswick, 2 out of 5 risk now coming down the coast a little. No hail risk. Well, that's our significant. Let me see if there's a way to go to that here. I know one day I'll get around to changing that, but let me get over to the SPC day one on here. I'm gonna just check the hail risk behind the scenes. Okay, no hail risk there. We did have some hail yesterday. That's why I wanted to double check to make sure they didn't put a 5% out. But I know tomorrow we have another risk of severe weather from about I-10 northward, I-75 eastward. Nothing on day 3 right now, but we'll continue to monitor things. I know with no formal warnings right now, we're going to regroup. I'll be back when/if we get more warnings here on this stream. I'll leave it going. I'll pop back on in here when we get more warnings, but we'll go ahead and catch our breath, gather more information. It looks like we had a gust here on Cedar Key to 45 miles an hour at 12:24. So these storms getting going a little earlier. I'm hoping this is going to limit the amount of warnings we get today, but we're still going to have some impacts. Just whenever thunder roars, go indoors here. Let me remind you guys of lightning safety, but if we don't have severe warnings, you can have people get hurt or even killed by lightning. I mean, even, the wind damage potential is there even without getting maybe to just to 58 miles an hour, and that can be very dangerous as well. But when thunder roars, go indoors. Lightning can strike miles away from apparent storms. So very important to keep in mind. I'll be back here as conditions warrant through the day. We'll leave the stream running. I'll go ahead and regroup. It's another day of storm action here, but we're just trying to keep you guys safe and informed. So that's what it's all about here at Cloud Weather. I'll be trying to update you here on the situation as the time goes along and as we get, more yellow boxes potentially popping up. I'll be here with more coverage. Just appreciate you tuning on in here on this Sunday afternoon. I see Top Cat watching. I just go over to that computer real quick, checking questions and comments. Just thanks for tuning in for now. I'll leave the stream running here for the time being. No active warnings at this moment, but again, things can change quickly whenever thunder roars. Please go indoors. This is a clouds weather alert. Good Sunday afternoon, meteorologist Casey Cloud coming back on the air right now. New severe thunderstorm warning for portions of the Big Bend of Florida. So we see Gadsden here involved in this, also parts of Leon County here involved, and down in the Ward Wakulla in our coverage area till 2:15. So it's a pretty long fused warning. I'll see what the Weather Service has to say about this with their statement, and I'll read that off to you, some of the key details here as we're monitoring things very carefully. So it's a scenario here that at 112, severe thunderstorms are located along a line extending from near Greensboro to 14 miles southwest of Midway to 19 miles west of Crawfordville, moving northeast at 15 miles an hour. Northwestern Wakulla in the Big Bend of Florida, Gadsden County in the Big Bend of Florida, eastern Liberty County in the Big Bend of Florida, and southwestern Leon County in the Big Bend of Florida, all included until 2:15. Locations impacted include Tallahassee, Tallahassee State College, Florida State University, Midway, Quincy, Crawfordville, Florida A&M, Greensboro, Doak Campbell Stadium, Gretna, Lake Bradford, Shadeville, Jewel Fire Tower, Leon Sinks, Douglas City, Juniper, Gaither Community Center, Wakulla Springs, Florence, and Walker Ford Community Center. So that's kind of the storyline there right now. Trying to keep you guys informed. Trying to keep you informed here on the situation. Again, a severe thunderstorm warning for parts of our Big Bend counties here. And you see all this wind energy coming on in, 50 miles an hour, 47. This is moving toward areas there around Tallahassee. So you need to take precautions. It feels like, just deja vu here. As day after day, we have severe weather potential. This is a little more in terms of the formation linear versus the burst, it would seem to me right now, based on what I'm seeing on the Doppler algorithm. So we're not seeing as much of, multi-directional type of, two-directional type of signatures. It's more just the wind blowing in one direction here coming on in for the most part. I mean, there could still be some of that, but at least in terms of velocity, we're seeing more of just one color is where I'm going with that. So again, this is coming in toward Tallahassee here. Severe thunderstorm warning until about 2:15. Let me go ahead and look here at some more information. We'll do a storm track and try to warn some people of this impending danger here on this Sunday afternoon. It's summertime storms, but we got to still be careful. On Sunday, is where we're at today with the calendar. But back on Friday, it's a situation where we had the terrible tragedy there toward northern Leon, northern Tallahassee. 2 people losing their life there when a large tree fell on a vehicle. So you got to take all these storms very seriously, even if they don't have warnings. Whenever there's lightning around, even gusty winds under 60, they can still be problematic. But we have Tallahassee, Tallahassee State College, Florida State University, Midway, Quincy, Crawfordville, Florida A&M, Greensboro, Doak Campbell Stadium, Gretna, Lake Bradford, as well as Shadeville, Jewel Fire Tower, Leon Sinks, Douglas City, Juniper, Gaither Community Center, Wakulla Springs, Florence, and Walker Ford Community Center included. This is moving northeast at 15 miles an hour. So let me go ahead and do that storm track here for you as we try to give you guys the latest. I know there's more warnings out west of our area, a couple of them, but in our area, this is what we're focused on, obviously. Moving northeast here at about 15 miles an hour. So let's kind of track this on off. We'll put it a little quicker so we can get the FSU area in there at the end of the timeline. And you can kind of see, and we're downtown Tallahassee. That's about an hour, but we'll go ahead and move this over a little bit. I'll move this in some just in case, if you have your screen kind of a little bit zoomed in. That way you can kind of hopefully see these on here. And I'll go ahead and we'll change the rank size over. You can see here Wetumpka 132. Fort Braden 133, Hilliardville 134, over toward areas there like Quincy at 143, Shadeville 144, Wakulla Springs 145, Wakulla Gardens 146. So giving you an idea of some of the communities in the path here, this kind of line formation, maybe severe storms here at this point. I know, looking here carefully, 51 miles an hour. Let's switch road profiles. We'll get in here. This is around Blountstown Highway. I'll tilt the map up. Zoom out a little. You can kind of see here, this is moving over toward 319, US 319. We have a 90 in here, and just going to have to continue to watch here the overall threat as things evolve. Again, some strong winds moving on in, maybe some damaging winds. This can knock down trees, as unfortunately we saw back on Friday. So just got to be very mindful here of the situation. Again, a severe thunderstorm warning until 2:15 for parts of Leon, Gadsden, Wakulla. So also Liberty, that's on here in the listing, but they're outside of our area officially. But got 3 counties in our area under this severe thunderstorm warning. Let's look at some other storms here around right now. Let's see if we get any other warnings to pop up. I know my board here, I have all my Barron stuff on backup. We had our power go off for a few seconds earlier on, but my normal warning board is not on a backup, so have to kind of look at some other sources. Haven't had time to get that back up yet. Has all my different alerts here as we're looking across different regions. So I got to be careful here, make sure we don't miss a warning somewhere else. But you can see we do have an advisory, a flood advisory toward parts of Marion County. As we're looking at the situation here, as we look toward Marion County, they're getting some heavy rainfall in toward that area there. You can see Dunellen up through some of these different spots here. It's definitely having an impact, these storms, some heavy rainfall. And then you can kind of see there's lightning around Flagler County, Putnam County. Again, just being very mindful. Looks like we got a little shear marker or, wind enhancement marker showing up. I'll go ahead and look at that. That may just be a false signature, but it's worth checking on right there near the coast. So let's see what this is about. Yeah, that's a false signature. Maybe a boundary, though, it's picking up on. That's exactly what it is. It's picking up on a boundary there. It's cool air being pushed out. So you can kind of watch that. Just looking at the overall meteorology here. And we had that other warning that we jumped in for earlier. And by the way, the warning now getting even further east. Let's check this. It's going all the way to 3 o'clock. It's only 1:30, so this is a long fused warning here, but till 3 o'clock now, getting all the way across Tallahassee. So let me go ahead and check the latest information on this. Bear with me here as I look at some of the latest details. Severe thunderstorm warning for Wakulla, eastern Gadsden, western Jefferson, and Leon counties in the Big Bend of Florida till 3 p.m. At about 1:28, severe thunderstorms are located along a line extending from near Quincy to 7 miles south of Crawfordville, moving northeast at 30 miles an hour. Tallahassee, Woodville, Tallahassee State College, Florida State University, Quincy, Havana, St. Mark's, Midway, Crawfordville, Florida A&M, Doak Campbell Stadium, Wakulla, Sopchoppy, Lake Bradford, as well as Cody, Wakulla Springs, Florence, South City, and Quincy Airport involved. So we have a new severe thunderstorm warning to 3. Some damaging wind potential coming on in, maybe went to 60 miles an hour here toward areas there like the FSU campus, FAMU there, Tallahassee State College. Again, got to take precautions here. Inside, away from windows is what you need to do as we continue to monitor things here. Continue to monitor things very carefully. I have a lot of lightning on the board here this afternoon as we look at our different scans. We look at the different scans here. You see a lot of stuff around Ocala. I'm trying to get our counties to show up here. And you can kind of see, some stuff there in our southern periphery of it. Looks like some growing activity in toward parts of Lafayette County now, west of Mayo. You can see whenever thunder roars go indoors here. Definitely the storyline as we look toward that area. Just got to be very mindful, got to be very vigilant. Let me go ahead and go back out toward the west here with this. Again, severe weather coming on in. Just got to take precautions here. Be curious to see what type of reading we get at the Tallahassee airport with the wind anemometer. Even on the FSU campus, I mean, could end up seeing some higher winds. We'll have to just be taking precautions. Just take precautions here. Let me go ahead and zoom on out. I'm going to go ahead and look at the statement. They're saying moving northeast at 30 miles an hour. So let me do a new track on it with that. Let's kind of, yeah, we're going to tilt this around a little. I know it's sometimes tricky trying to get the exact tilt here when we're trying to move from one part of the area to the other, but I just want to make sure we're lined up pretty good here. Okay, so a little bit quicker toward FSU based on this speed now. Just a little bit. Things can change rapidly this time of year, so gotta bear that in mind. Gotta bear that in mind for sure. Just trying to keep you safe and informed. Let me see if there's any questions, comments. I'm gonna go over to the other computer here. We have Rodney watching. Appreciate you tuning on in here. I know, I think he commented right at the end of our last update, but you know, I didn't see it till like right. I mean, it might have been right after we went off when that comment came through. But appreciate everybody tuning in here today. Thomas, Top Cat, Rodney here. About 15 folks watching right now. 16 folks watching here between our digital platforms. Looking like most of those on YouTube. Just appreciate everybody tuning on in and trusting me. Let me go ahead and just, I know, keep updating things here the best I can at the computer source. We're going to keep watching things. In fact, what I'm going to do real quick here, I'm going to take a quick 60-second break and gather some more information. So I'll be back here in 60 seconds. So stay tuned, stay safe. I'll have more here very soon here with cloud weather special coverage of severe storms on this Sunday. That's July 12th here, 2026. In the last half decade or so, our area and the region have been through a lot. Stay safe, but it's going to be memorable. I was there around 4 p.m. to document them. Life-threatening situation here. So, again, that's the storyline there. Oh, I think we just had another power blast. Another power blast. Sometimes Bradford County is a tough spot to see a spin-up tornadoes, so we just want you to go ahead and be inside and away from windows. Can't even completely rule out a quick spin-up tornado, so things have started to escalate here. Please take shelter. This is going to cause a lot of damage. Radar-confirmed tornado in southeastern Georgia. We're seeing areas there around Perry. Bear the brunt of this coming into these communities and ravaging them. That's what we got to get you guys out. You got to run from that water. You got to evacuate. You got to follow these orders. This is as serious of a situation as I've seen. This is the eye wall. This is where some of the worst of the weather is. When hazardous weather threatens, trust clouds weather. Back here in the Weather Center now, meteorologist Casey Cloud. I saw we had Jason Peters Rail Adventures watching. We have Nair watching from Crawfordville. And Crawfordville, you're about to be getting into some pretty nasty weather. Already some lightning coming on in as we're looking there. Parts of Wakulla County. Just got to be really mindful here of the situation. But, you know, the worst of the wind's probably going north of you. That's the good thing as you're around Crawfordville, even though we have some very heavy rainfall, you know, some inclement weather, you know, maybe severe, but I would say the worst, once you really look at wind mode, it definitely looks like it's north side here of the county, more toward Hilliardville, where we're going to have some winds about 49 miles an hour coming on in here, give or take. And we're looking pretty low down on the radar, being under 500 feet up, so just got to be mindful of that. I know, just trying to keep you safe here. There's definitely some impressive wind as we look right there toward Hilliardville, coming on in. And it's 55 when we go to just one direction wind speed, so just got to be really mindful here. Just got to be really vigilant, taking precautions. You know, watching some stuff down toward Ocala, little wind enhancement, northwest side of town. Already had all that issue yesterday. You know, all that damage down there. You know, all those problems. As I continue to look for the latest updates. So Hilliardville, some strong winds coming on in. Again, this warning goes for an hour and a half or so as we're looking toward parts of Leon and Jefferson, Wakulla. You know, even parts of Gadsden in it till 3 o'clock as well. Let's get back on in here on street level mapping. 56 miles an hour showing up. That's really impressive. Could cause quite a bit of damage there as we're looking around Hilliardville. But even without, you know, that wind potential maybe in your area, you know, we have that lightning danger. Just whenever thunder roars, you need to go indoors here as lightning can strike miles away from a parent storm. And then also watch and hear temperatures. I know some of these readings have, you know, dropped like toward Gainesville there. All that rain-cooled air, Stark area too, but other spots still pretty toasty, still enough instability to really get things going. Power outage numbers, the latest on this, you see Dixie, Suwanee, Bradford, Alachua, and Marion with a handful of outages. Not like yesterday where Alachua had 12,000 customers in the dark, but still a few out there as we're looking at the map. This, you know, out toward Leon or Wakulla could be a situation though where we end up getting, you know, a few thousand-ish, give or take. You never can really forecast power outage numbers, but a few thousand, give or take, customers to lose power just based on, you know, looking at things over the years out here and the different types of wind signatures that, you know, used to tracking out in the Big Bend of Florida. But again, continuing to watch things here. Looks like some wind enhancement here, Eastern Marion, as we're looking at things. You know, around Northeast 231st Avenue, maybe a burst of wind energy, something like that. Eastern Marion. But again, the reason we're on the 2 severe thunderstorm warnings in the Big Bend of Florida, as we continue to update you. Looks like we got a question about Ocklawaha. So let me go ahead and I'll get back over to the Barron computer here and we'll go over toward that area here and kind of look at things the best we can. Of course, that's down toward Marion County. Hopefully that'll pop up on our map here, but double checking my mapping just behind the scenes, you know, just make sure that we have, it's just east of Bellevue, so. I know right now in toward that area, is situated. There it is. Okay, so there you go. There's Ocklawaha. We have Storm Axon to the north of you right now. Let me watch the loop of the last half hour or so. Let me put the correct radar on for this as well. I may have had the right one on. It's just so far away. It looks like the wrong radar, but looks like some of that stuff is trying to drop kind of south, but it's kind of a tricky thing here. Let me get my arrows on. So again, we're looking toward this area here. We have this stuff kind of riding off toward the east, but dropping south. And then this stuff from the west looks like it would be coming in ultimately here. It's moving really slow. That's why there's a flood advisory. But eventually you'll probably get into some storm acts in there around Ocklawaha into toward southern Marion County. So you see a little light rain maybe coming across, but nothing too crazy. No advisory for you yet. Advisory further up to the north and west, and then just toward the north here. And the Weather Service, they are, let me get in here with the weather.gov site here, just kind of check on some of the special weather statements. Okay, east at 10, east at 15. They're also talking about maybe a land spout potential in that area in eastern Marion. Talking about a little bit of wind enhancement. You know, as we're looking out there, but so this moving on off to the east. Let me do a storm track, see if we can get Ocklawaha in there. Okay, east at 15 miles an hour. So we're watching this carefully. A little southern component with that too, I would say. So, you know, I might be better off just using our time of arrival tool. Let's do that. Let me see if we can kind of get it in here. Again, so there's, you know, Ocklawaha. So probably by, you know, the end here of, you know, really the next hour for sure coming on in. Probably within about an hour, though, coming on in toward Ocklawaha based on this trajectory. As we look toward that area there, you see it kind of popping on in on the map. So that's kind of a way, you know, in terms of the timing to track things out for you. Quite a bit of lightning right on the Flagler-Volusia line. Some wind enhancement there. You know, at the beaches, just whenever thunder roars go indoors. Quite a bit of lightning east of Perry and towards Lafayette County. You see all this wind coming right up into Tallahassee. This looks like it's getting stronger here. Right over Hilliardville. 58 miles an hour. That's severe criteria, severe limits. Coming up right toward Tallahassee Airport, it looks like. It's got to be very mindful. New Light Church Road. Mills Circle. I just set it up toward Tallahassee Airport and then toward Tallahassee over the next little bit. Northeast at 25 miles an hour, 60-mile-an-hour wind gust potential. Let me kind of go back to reflectivity here. I mean, it's already that heavy rain on the leading edge, already coming toward the airport, but there's some stronger winds just back behind. Just back behind. I know we were going to try to do a storm track, so let me not do that for now, but because I want to do some different things. Because this is already coming up in there. It's moving pretty quick. Let's try to get some traffic cameras up. I'm going to go ahead and just remind you guys of the 38 counties here, that I cover here across North Florida and South Georgia. Again, it's all about trying to keep you guys safe and informed here with inclement conditions, and just, we have our daily 5:30 show as well, weekdays at 5:30, or half-hour weather discussion show. So make sure you tune in there for that as we look here, Monday through Friday. Give me just a moment here. It's just a one-man band, but I'm going to try to get up a camera there to Tallahassee Airport. Try to see some of these darker skies here. Same camera we had up yesterday with some of the inclement conditions coming on in. So we're going to go ahead and pull that on in now. You can kind of see that getting darker out that way, and the wind's picking on up. Deteriorating weather for sure. Just telling that story. Camera really shaking there. Severe thunderstorm warning in effect. Look at those trees blowing around on the right side of the screen, some of them. Watching these severe thunderstorms, they're moving northeast at 25 miles an hour, 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts possible. Looks like maybe a little bit of rain there as I was looking down here for a second, but maybe a little bit of rain starting to show on up. But Tallahassee State College, Florida State University, Midway, Quincy, Crawfordville, Florida A&M, Greensboro, Doak Campbell Stadium, Gretna, Lake Bradford, as well as Shadeville, Leon Sinks, Douglas City, Juniper, Gaither Community Center, McCullough Springs, Florence, Walker Ford Community Center, 8 Mile Pond. So, again, just trying to keep you guys informed. Just got to be inside away from windows. These are some really nasty conditions here. You see some of that rain coming down. These inclement conditions there toward Leon County near Tallahassee Airport is where this camera's looking. Not fun weather at all to have to be out in. This is just going to get worse here. We could have trees falling. That's what makes it so dangerous out there. Could have trees, that are actually falling, which is, very problematic, as we tragically saw there up toward North Tallahassee back on that Friday. Just an awful, awful situation. 2 people losing their life up there with a vehicle, just, being destroyed, and 2 people being, killed by a tree there. Just so awful. As we continue to look at this view here, again, severe thunderstorm warning in effect. This is coming up toward, Tallahassee's downtown area there. Excuse me. As well as Tallahassee State College, FAMU, Florida State University there. Just got to be taking precautions. Another day, another storm, unfortunately. I mean, we had 2 on Friday, really, with one probably gone. But yesterday we had a storm, severe storm. Today we have another severe storm coming on in. Again, just these dangerous conditions here. Just got to be mindful. Okay, so we'll move away from this for a moment. Let's just kind of, jump off of this for now. Though, you know what? I think the visibility is getting further reduced, so we'll keep it up just a little longer. I mean, things have changed rapidly from when I just showed you this camera a few minutes ago. When I started off showing it to you, you could see the darker sky, and now it's just wet weather, stormy weather coming on through. And this wind's going to be picking on up still, maybe not even on the lead edge, where some of the strongest wind was showing on velocity on Doppler. Again, a really nasty storm coming on through here. This is a Florida Department of Transportation traffic camera viewpoint. Definitely not fun to have to be out in this. Again, just continuing to watch things here. You see our coverage area. Just reminding you guys of the 38 counties I cover. We'll get back to that camera view and other camera views as warranted, but we'll, get our reader back up here in just a second. We'll try to keep you informed. It's so important, to be watching things across 38 counties. Trying to stay mindful here. Trying to stay mindful of different adverse conditions. Just don't want to let your guard down, obviously. And speaking of not letting your guard down, oh my goodness, we just got a severe thunderstorm watch issued here. So let me go ahead. We haven't had, something like that here with these summertime storms that I can recall here this summer so far, but it has just changed. So severe thunderstorm watch now to 8 p.m. as conditions apparently becoming increasingly favorable here for this across the viewing circle's western zones. So let me see what they said about this here. We only had, I think, a 20% chance of a watch, but today that 20% chance here coming true apparently. It's not even out on my other system yet. But severe thunderstorm watch now in that pink until 8 p.m. Conditions favorable for severe thunderstorms and close to the watch area, maybe more organized severe convection. You have Vedasta, you have, Thomasville, you have Bainbridge, Cairo, Madison, as well as Perry and Mayo. And of course, around Tallahassee, you're already getting it, so I'm not quite as focused on you guys, but just kind of caught me a little by surprise there to see a severe thunderstorm watch get issued because we've had this stuff day after day, but didn't necessarily think today was going to be any worse than the last 2 days, and it may not be, but we do now have a severe thunderstorm watch here in play. Normally, you have to get a slight risk to get a severe thunderstorm watch. Not always, but just a general idea. And I'll go to day 2 convective, and they've actually trimmed our area, most of it, out of the day 2 risks. We'll see, though. You just never know. But okay, so we have a severe thunderstorm watch now until 8 p.m. That means severe thunderstorms there. Conditions favorable and close to the watch area for some of that type of action. Of course, we're already seeing that, and we've seen it the last couple of days, but you don't generally get it when they said the watch was unlikely, only a 20% chance there. Top of the hour, they sent a mesoscale discussion out, but we ended up seeing, again, 20% chance turn into a watch here. So severe thunderstorm watch until 8 p.m. But we have the active warning right now, which we need to get back into. This is coming right up into Ward Tallahassee right now. To some of the different neighborhoods. Damage and wind potential. I know we're right at the radar, so it makes it kind of hard to see stuff. I may go back to some traffic cameras. Now let's get near FSU with some traffic cameras. But first I'll go to Valdosta radar because I wanted to see it from a little higher vantage point. Yeah, we're going to go to FSU cameras. At least one of them. We're watching things for Leon County there very carefully. Let's get a camera up near FSU. As conditions have rapidly deteriorated over there. Just a one-man band, but it's all about trying to give you the very latest to protect you, your friends, and your family. Okay, let's go Henry Street and Stadium Drive. So here's that view. This is right there near the football stadium. You can definitely see the wet conditions here, these stormy conditions coming on through. People having to drive to this, unfortunately. It's not ideal here, but we have a severe thunderstorm warning in play, and we have some of these conditions here, that are really adverse coming on through. Some of these winds picking up here at points. You see the camera shaking some. I'm just not, wanting to be out in this. Obviously, whenever thunder roars, go indoors. Some wild weather coming on through here on this Sunday. We have the severe thunderstorm warning and now a severe thunderstorm watch in play for portions of our area all the way to 8 p.m. So, got to be very mindful here. We don't get that as much in summer. It kind of surprised me, to be completely honest. Especially with a marginal risk. Normally you have a slight risk in play to get one of those. But, I mean, it makes sense in a way, but I don't know if today's going to be, on the broad scale, really much worse than the last couple days. I mean, for some of you it will be, some of you it won't be. So it's kind of a tricky messaging type of storyline here. Again, this is toward FSU there with some of these inclement conditions. Again, just trying to keep you up to date. You know what? I was going to go away from this camera. Let's go back to it. Wind's picking up some on it. That's just how it can be sometimes. I might have just lost the feed. Okay, it's going in and out. Okay, so I mean, you can see the wind really picking up. This is right there at FSU. This is some really dangerous type of weather here in the vicinity. Maybe this isn't capturing the worst of it, but it's still capturing some pretty nasty winds that can knock down some trees, knock down some power lines. Obviously, it's causing some communication issues because this camera's going in and out. But again, just watching things here carefully. See all that wind, all that rain there right toward FSU. Severe thunderstorm warning in effect. Okay, so we'll keep our eyes on some of these cameras the best we can, but I'm gonna get back, get the radar back for us here. I know from the Vedosta radar you see 46-mile-an-hour winds there right over Tallahassee, but it could be stronger than this. Could be closer to 60 right here on East Tennessee Street, East Call Street there. Coming right across town. I mean, just maybe east of the stadium especially is a little bit worse, possibly. Possibly. Moving up toward Blitterstone Road and Miccosukee Road there across Mahan Drive. Some very heavy rain with some embedded damaging wind potential. Again, a lot going on because we have severe thunderstorm watch now until 8 p.m. for a lot of our different counties here. Conditions favorable for severe thunderstorms in and close to the watch area. We're right over the radar site right now, so it's hard to get, I look here at the velocity from this angle, but just appreciate everybody tuning in, trusting me. I'm going to check our anemometer. Okay, 41 knot gust at the Tallahassee airport recently. Gust to 41 knots. That's in the last 10 minutes or so. So just looking through that, that's some pretty significant wind coming on through. "47 miles an hour. Again, severe thunderstorm warning in effect. Sitting back down here at the computer source and could have winds up to about 60 in here. I'm just looking through some more sources. Again, severe thunderstorm warning for Tallahassee. Now, getting just about tropical storm force, or tropical storm force there on the FSU campus. I know we have the Barron button. We can see some of the hail potential. There could be a little bit of that in there, but I think it's more about the damaging winds with this. Some of this spreading across here, East Tallahassee, Mahan Drive and April Road and Appalachia Parkway. It's pretty, high to be that low down there with the wind reading. Definitely could be causing some damage. Starting to see some outages show up in Leon County. Let's go to that a different way. Already 1,000 customers showing up in the dark there. Let's go out to the east. Marion County, 3,000 customers in the dark. St. Johns County, 100. Flagler, 200. Just checking for any hail in here. Could be some around there. So we get there, south of Tram Road. Some strong winds coming through here, looking off the Valdosta radar a little bit. Duval Street, Magnolia Drive, Appalachia Parkway. Let's look at our modeling. You can see at least for another few hours, it looks like some storms there really in action, getting going around Tallahassee. But we've already had some damage to the west of the area out toward Washington County, a tree limb in the road on St. Mary's Road there. I'm sure there's damage in toward our area. I just haven't had the reports in yet. I mean, with some power outages, I'm sure there's some tree and power line problems. Definitely some wet conditions there on the roads. I don't think there's that much in the way of rotation, but we're gonna keep watching to just make sure. We'll loop this here, moving northeast there. Let me see if there's any update from the Weather Service, Tallahassee. Okay, so we do have an update now. At 2:07, severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect until 3 p.m. for northeastern Wakulla, northeastern Gadsden, and western Jefferson, as well as Leon counties. At 2:07, severe thunderstorms are located along a line extending from 6 miles east of Havana to near St. Mark's, moving east at about 25 miles an hour. Tallahassee, Woodville, Tallahassee State College, Florida State University, St. Mark's, Havana, Florida A&M, Crawfordville, Duke Campbell Stadium, Wakulla, Lake Bradford, Cody, Shadeville, Leon Sinks, Gaither Community Center, Wakulla Springs, Tallahassee Memorial Hospital, Walker Ford Community Center, Miccosukee, and South City involved here. So, severe thunderstorm warning in effect. 60-mile-an-hour wind gust potential still, still on the table here. Seeing some stronger winds near Connor Boulevard and Dansby Place. Moving up toward, it looks like Skipper Lane and Chevy Way, Avondale Way in there. Just continuing to keep you up to date. Again, marginal risk, but we do have a severe thunderstorm watch now, so that's just how things go. I mean, it's kind of weird seeing that because we actually have a watch all the way in areas that aren't not even under a marginal risk now. So that's just how things are meteorologically. I guess the Tallahassee office, the way this is drawn up, they must have really, wanted this watch here in play because of everything, that's been going on here and based on how they've looked at meteorological conditions here in the past and just kind of see that these today kind of match maybe some higher, in summer events. Again, just continuing to give you the latest. Some strong winds there. Starting to move into Jefferson County. Because this is where Jefferson County is, of course. And this is Leon. Let's see what Tallahassee's temperature is like now after this came on through. Down to 73. That's about what we dropped to here east of Stark. On my thermometer, we're back up to about, let's see, what is that? 77 degrees now east of Stark on my thermometer after our rain came through earlier on. We got more of these storms out west. These here, let's look at the tracks. I was hoping it was going to pull up a track on here, but we'll just go ahead and do this, manually. Looks like some of that's, could end up clipping some of our South Georgia counties here. We'll have to see. I mean, let me go an hour on this. I know it seems like some of that's kind of getting a little bit more active further north, which, as we get further up, we don't cover like, areas like Muller County, for instance. So we do cover, not Seminole, but we cover Decatur and, Grady and Thomas, and you kind of get the idea. We used to cover those areas further up, but just watching the overall picture. Again, severe thunderstorm watch till 8 o'clock. Some of the different zones. Some damaging wind potential in here. Tram Road, Connor Boulevard, April Road, Williams Road, Old Plank Road. Maybe some hail showing up right in here. On Hemingway Boulevard. So go back to the broad view again. Trying to keep you updated. I know around Waukena, they'll be watching out maybe for some of those damaging wind gusts there in Jefferson County over the next little bit. That's coming in and out of Leon into Jefferson. And they're not too concerned about it. I was about to say, yeah, that time for that warning to go back out, go off the screen back out to the west. So right now, for the moment, it's this one warning. Granted, I do see some stuff here, like in toward parts of Putnam County that's pretty active, Palatka to East Palatka. Some wind enhancement over there. We'll watch that. Northeastern Marion County, around Kerr City to Salt Springs. Damaging wind potential, maybe not exactly there, but maybe a burst of wind energy is there. I mean, still could have damage without the official damaging wind criteria to get us a severe thunderstorm warning, though. See some of these winds there, 51 miles an hour. Seems like a lot of the worst is kind of, avoided areas north of I-10 here with this so far. Eventually, it'll kind of get up there north of I-10, but, Monticello, just kind of right outside of the warning in general, it looks like, but we're going to monitor the trends. Just going to check some more information here. Just going through some information behind the scenes. Okay, 1,593 customers in the dark on City of Tallahassee Electric. That's according to their outage map. And then on Talquin, I'm looking up theirs now. And I'm just trying to get the latest. $1,542 customers in the dark. So, a few thousand out there on Tallahassee, it seems like, when you add that all together in that vicinity. Some of those Talquin are not right in Tallahassee, but again, you see some of this wind energy here. Tram Road, Appalachia Parkway, Cap Tram Road, Cody Church Road. Let's do a storm track. Give me just a moment here. We'll get this together. I know moving east at 25 is what they're saying for the movement. Let me just kind of look at the motion. There's maybe a little northerly component, but it's not really much. I mean, just trying to make sure I get this right. So Monticello, they're about 237. Greenville, about 310. See some of these other areas here involved as I zoom out so you can kind of see the storm accident and the track. I mean, you have Lamont there at 256. Again, just trying to give you an idea here. Give you an idea of the movement. Some pretty strong wind in southeastern Leon County. Moving toward the Cody area there into toward Jefferson County. Around Limestone there into toward Jefferson County as well. Let me broaden the view out. See, it's a situation where there's still that flood concern, like toward parts of Tennessee, Kentucky especially. They've had quite a bit of issues in North Kentucky as we're looking back here. Missouri's had problems with flooding as well, but, you know, down here, a lot of energy, a lot of convection, and a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings the last few days. And now we have a severe thunderstorm watch until 8 p.m. in the pink color there. So I'll broaden this back out for a second so you can see that. Watching the conditions favorable for severe thunderstorms ending close to the watch area. I know as we get out toward the east here, parts of Union, parts of Columbia, seeing some lightning there. See some wind enhancement, eastern parts of Putnam and at St. John's. some other area, of some other areas really, but another area I'm kind of looking at there, and then some more to the east. But this is the area that we're focusing on. The reason we're on the air right now is the severe thunderstorm warning for parts of Leon, and McCullough, and Jefferson until 3 p.m. Very well may get another warning downstream. Let me see if there's any more questions, comments from the viewers at home. I know a viewer asking, Devin asking, is there any type of tornado threat? I mean, you can't ever completely rule it out, but it's a really low percentage today, that potential. And then AJ watching as well. Just appreciate everybody tuning on in here on this Sunday here, the 12th day of July, 2026. Again, just trying to update everybody here the best I can. See some 50-mile-an-hour winds on Tram Road. Let me go ahead and loop this around a little. I know we just got an update from the office there in Tallahassee on this warning, so let me see what that's all about. This is a little bit more sustained. That's part of the reason why we got to watch a little bit more one direction type wind versus just these quick bursts. Not to seeing these quick bursts of wind today. Seeing a little bit more sustained wind potential. I know northeastern Gaston's been canceled out of the warning, but at 2:19, the severe thunderstorm was located 8 miles east of Florida A&M, moving northeast at 30 miles an hour. A severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect until 3 p.m. for northeastern Wakulla, western Jefferson, and eastern Leon counties. Tallahassee, Woodville, Florida A&M, Florida State University, Wakulla, Cody, Tallahassee Memorial Hospital, Walker Ford Community Center, Miccosukee, South City, Governor Square Mall, Natural Bridge, Midtown, Lake Miccosukee, Appalachian Ridge Estate, over toward Levy Park there, also Indian Head Acres. Just kind of get the idea there. So this warning does continue. Definitely see some of that wind potential, on the board there. Let's go over to lightning safety. Remember, whenever thunder roars, go indoors. Lightning can strike miles away from apparent storms. So even if we don't have a severe warning for your area, if you just hear that rumble of thunder, you could have some, danger around you there. So just be inside, be away from windows. We had that tragedy a year ago in towards southeastern Georgia, there with some lightning. 2 people losing their lives. So awful with that. I see we have some damage reports coming up now on the screen. So let's get to some of these. Tree down there in Tallahassee at 2 o'clock at Boone Boulevard, and it looks like Alder Drive. And then a 47-mile-an-hour wind gust to Tallahassee International Airport at 1:49. There's your outage map. Not as covered yet as yesterday, but we'll see if we get there. It's not something you want to try to accomplish, but just gotta be mindful here. Gotta be mindful of the overall scenario meteorologically. Another way to look at power outages. I mean, I had about 3,000 out with what I was looking at behind the scenes, but 1.6 to 3,000 out, somewhere in that range, give or take. And sometimes, it takes a minute for the information to trickle in, and/or some of the information can, change because they're getting some of the power restored pretty quick. which is great news. Let's look at power outages out to the east. 3,000 out in Marion, 100 out in St. John's, 200 out in Flagler. Haven't had warnings in some of those spots further east. But still, all this lightning, all this wind potential, if it's, not considered severe, if it's sub-severe, it can still be problematic. Burst of wind energy, southwest St. John's. Southern part of Putnam. I know we're kind of right on the edge, in my opinion, on if they're going to issue another warning to the east. I mean, with the watch being in play, I kind of lean that they would. Just based on this is kind of right on the edge of if it needs another warning based on what I'm seeing. I mean, I sure hope that we don't have another warning so we can kind of catch our breath here. But I think it's going to be a situation where we'll get another one downstream. There we go, right on cue. It's like they're listening to me. I mean, I don't, I'm not talking to them or anything. It's just how it works sometimes. So, new severe thunderstorm warning downstream. Okay, so this is till 4 o'clock now. At 2:27, severe thunderstorms are located along a line extending from 9 miles northwest of Monticello to 10 miles east of Woodville, moving east at 30 miles an hour. I really didn't get any advance notice on that, by the way. But Monticello, Madison, Greenville, Lee, Cody, Dills, over toward Lamont. You also have Thomas City. You have Wakena there as well. So this is now till 4 p.m. with a severe thunderstorm warning. It's just you could kind of tell it's getting on the edge of the polygon. So just thinking it's about that time. Let's look at 3D mode. It's a little bit different in some of these bursts of wind energy. I mean, you have to watch them play, of course. And then scenario here where just got to kind of, pay attention. It's more of a line formation. Let me turn lightning off. You see getting up there pretty high with the, storm tops. I'll go like last 30 minutes because it's going to go too far back here with the way I frame this. You can definitely see some of these storms here getting up there pretty high vertically. So we're not really getting maybe these to fall apart as quick. So just getting more sustained wind energy. Now, some of these may not be, based on the numbers I'm seeing with power outages so far, it's kind of a guess, an educated guess. What I'm thinking is maybe we're not going to have quite as much damage because, we're going to have more areas maybe get some pretty strong winds, but we're not going to get, a lot of areas get those, little areas of burst of wind that really cause the major problems. But I don't know if that makes a lot of sense, but what I'm trying to say is that instead of just, little areas of significant problems, we have a little bit broader area of still some problems, but we're not seeing a tree fall with every storm warning area where we have so many different polygons. So again, just trying to keep you up to date. That looks pretty strong there. 56 miles an hour on Capps Highway. It's just into that new warning polygon. Again, just appreciate everybody tuning in, trusting me. Looking between some of the different computer sources. For the moment, we don't have any significant weather advisories to the east. We'll continue to watch things. Okay, 48, 56. I mean, there's definitely some people in here, but it's a little more rural out here than right in nowhere Tallahassee. This is a very long fused warning. I have a boundary here. I'm hoping that maybe we'll see some weakening. Let me put our lightning back on, by the way. Our lightning count is, I think it's picking up on this out ahead, but let me see what they're saying here. I'm sure it's just the area they're warning for back out west, but yeah, I'm sure that's what that is. But the other storm's starting to get going near Greenville. But severe thunderstorm warning for Jefferson County and the Big Bend of Florida, as well as northern Taylor County and Madison County there until 4 p.m. At 2:27, severe thunderstorms located along a line extending from 9 miles northwest of Monticello to 10 miles east of Woodville, moving east at 30 miles an hour. So some 60-mile-an-hour wind gust potential. Monticello, Madison, as well as Greenville, Lee, Cody, Dills, over toward Lamont, Hamburg, Cabbage Grove, Thomas City, Drifton. We also have Wakena in there, so got to be very mindful here. Again, some really strong winds, Monticello, maybe not quite as much, but just south here around Capps Highway. Could be 55 miles an hour, 48 miles an hour. I'm going to do something else. I'm going to zoom in. I know I need to kind of move this over some. I want to just get the lighting for this one part here. I mean, it seems like we are still getting, maybe an increase in lighting. I was kind of hoping that indicator out ahead, we get a sign, maybe we start to see some decrease in strength here, but it's not really happening, unfortunately. Maybe it will at some point, but Avalon Road, 54 miles an hour. Let's go to the other radar vantage point from Valdosta. A little bit of a second opinion here. Some of this. See around. Looks like Buck Lake Road. Getting some lightning to develop there in the lower parts of Columbia County. That's whenever thunder roars going towards also Union County, of course. Had some stuff early, or on, like this morning, didn't reach severe limits, and then had some stuff starting to, be a little bit more impactful, and then we had our warning out to Wakulla as we went on. But we had stuff in North Central Florida earlier, Augusta, the Gainesville Airport, that was tropical storm force rains, but I know with our severe thunderstorm watch in Pluto 8, and with this warning, it definitely looks like it could be causing damage. I'm giving you guys a warning about it. Capps Highway, what we're going to do, and I don't love to do it like this, but we're going to take about a 10-minute break. I'm going to leave the radar running here. I just need to catch my breath because we could be here with you for quite a longer period of time here, maybe all the way on and off to 8 o'clock tonight. So let me just kind of catch my breath while this is in a little less populated. It's still, impacting some folks, but a little bit less populated area. We'll have the radar running. I'm giving you the heads up about the warning until 4 for parts of Jefferson, Madison, and Taylor. So I have it set in here where we can kind of take that break, and I'll be back at 2:45 with more coverage. So that's how we kind of used to do it. Once we got this Barron upgrade, I didn't really want to do it like that too much, because we just want to make sure we're here with you minute by minute. but just going to go and catch my breath really fast here. I'm back at 2:45. It's not a tornado warning situation, so let's just go ahead and take a break about 2:45 here. It's just a one-man band, so we'll do that. I'll be back at 2:45. I just appreciate everybody tuning in and trusting me here on Cloud Weather. Again, I'll be back about 2:45 with more information, so just keep it tuned right here. I'll be giving you guys the very latest information on our severe situation as we're looking towards some of our different counties. So you see we have some of the different alerts in play here as we watch things, as we track them. We're seeing some of our skits, some of our indicators. You know, the watch, the warning popping on up. We'll be back at 2:45. Stay safe, everybody. See you in just a little bit. This is a clouds weather alert. Meteorologist Casey Cloud back with you here in the Weather Center now for more severe weather coverage. Seeing severe thunderstorm warning continue till 4 p.m. here as we're looking toward portions of our area and toward the Big Bend of Florida, parts of Jefferson, parts of Madison, parts of Taylor. It's got to be very mindful here of some of those damaging winds, that damage and wind potential. Let's go ahead and look here at velocity. Seeing some of this here toward parts of Jefferson County, Monticello area, about 40 miles an hour, showing on up. Maybe not quite as aggressive as it was showing a few minutes ago with some of the brighter colors. I'm hoping, and maybe we're seeing a little bit of weakening in that area there out ahead. Might be a sign that we're going to have a little bit of weakening. It'd be great news if that happened, but don't lay your guard down by any means here. As you can see, we've had some more damage reports kind of pop on into the system here since we were on a few moments ago. You see tree down there around 1:35 p.m. toward the Bloxham cutoff there in Leon County. We had a large branch there blocking westbound lane on Bradford Road near North Meridian Road. We had a tree limb down, toward Terrace Street and Beard Street, and then a tree down at Boone Boulevard, and of course, Alder Drive. We talked about that report, but 3 new damage reports coming in out of Leon here just in the last few moments. So, again, some impactful weather for sure as we're looking at the overall situation, impacting these local communities. A little more hit today with the linear formation and mist as I'll look back here at some of these rainfall totals. So let me go ahead and I'll take the storm reports off for now. And we'll go ahead and look here at some of these rainfall totals. You can see some areas in Leon County, about 3 inches there. A little more widespread. I mean, still some, areas not as much as we get up here. As we zoom on in, I'll take that off and you'll be able to see what I'm talking about. But again, I still a lot of spots actually getting some rain. Some areas of quite a bit of rain there as we're looking with more of that linear formation. So let's go ahead and we'll broaden that view out a little bit. It's more northeast to southwest there. So again, that's kind of what we're looking at right now. Just appreciate everybody tuning on in here as I give you the very latest information. This is so important to stay on top of things here with these active weather scenarios. These active weather scenarios here. Let me go ahead and look here at some more information off toward the east. We have a strong thunderstorm situation in parts of Flagler and St. John's. You can see here some of that lightning showing up, but as we get back toward the west here, definitely some wind enhancement around Monticello. As we're looking in the Big Bend there. Again, severe thunderstorm warning. We have, by the way, with the watch all the way to 8 o'clock, and then we're going to be watching every area here on the Doppler very carefully. And we do have some areas of convection here. Not much lightning, but some heavy rain into northern Decatur and northern Seminole County. We have severe warnings as we get further outside of the area there. Some of that could go a little bit north of our area, though. Probably more like this, toward Albany, somewhere around there. But again, just trying to keep you up to date here. Trying to keep you informed. That's a little stronger there, 53 miles an hour. Just, got to be mindful of some of this storm action coming on through, causing some power outages. See Leon County a couple percent in the dark there. 2,000 out according to this there, and 100 out in McCulloch. Marion has 1,500 out. As we kind of click there toward Flagler County, 500 out. Some of that just updated. So, I'm going to go through these again. Okay, now it's 3,500 toward Leon, 100 toward McCulloch, 1,500 Marion. And I know this is showing maybe some severe hail in Flagler, so we need to investigate that here in a moment. But we have 600 out in Flagler. Let's go to that area in Flagler there. Let's go to hail tracker. So around Supper Haven and Cedar Landing, we could have a little bit of small hail coming on in. Look at the Barron button. Just got to be mindful here. Let's put some of the different roads on. US Highway 1. You have A1A. It's kind of between those with some of the worst at the moment. Maybe some of it's around Loop Road, even getting more into our part, out of St. John's and more into Flagler itself. Because we have two different ones. That's showing some hail. That's showing some hail, actually. I would say the one in St. John's looks a little more impressive on Doppler. Very far southern St. John's, mind you. That's kind of where we have a little bit of maybe a signature of it, too. Special weather statement, 315 over there. But we'll get back out to the west now. You see it on Monticello. A little lower on some of these winds than maybe that scan before, but it kind of shifts one by one. It depends on where you click, too. I mean, that's just how it is, of course, when you're looking at stuff like this here on the Doppler. Around Steen Road, Dills Road. And some of that looked like it was a little back behind, though. But I'm hopeful is a sign that this is weakening. Things are kind of coming apart, maybe a little bit. Not as, kind of tightly together here with the signatures. Again, checking for the latest updates. Okay, so there's a McCullough Leon canceled. Jefferson, though, on that one continues with 3, but then we're tracking for the east, of course. I just heard, by the way, a rumble of thunder here around Stark, so let's see where that is. Maybe something in Northern Union, because that's what's flashing there. Makes me think it was a clouded ground strike if I could hear that far off. I mean, it's pretty far away to be able to hear that, if that's the case. Definitely looks weaker, and this would have, I mean, at first, maybe you could get, as the storm falls apart, maybe you get a little bit more wind in there, but it's isn't really, your traditional downburst type of setup here as much. You're not seeing the opposing colors, and it's more widespread with the lines, so we'll just have to kind of wait and see. You had that Saharan dust involved that's been kind of causing stuff to fall apart quicker and getting those bursts of wind energy to the surface, but with this, it's more and more linear, and that's, I think, part of the reason they got a little more concerned there. More widespread wind potential, at least, even if it's some, whatnot, peaking out as high in the worst areas. It's a little more widespread. That's why we got our super thunderstorm watch till 8 o'clock here. I'm just looking at stuff. I'm not worried about a tornado threat, Roy. I mean, sometimes a lot of meteorologists only will say this if there's a tornado threat. I'm just looking at it more as I'm just looking at the radar meteorology aspect to see about hail or some different signatures here. So don't get concerned when I say that. This time of year now, in October and later, or if we have a tropical system before that, but October through about April with the El Nino pattern, we're going to have to watch for every week or two, potentially give or take, some, more active severe weather potential with squall lines and things like that, where I will be looking for tornado debris signatures and things on that product along those lines. But Let's just go ahead and keep on looking here right now. Jefferson, Madison, Taylor. This, if they were to put something out, I think they'd at least put an advisory out for parts of Brooks and Thomas here soon. Not sure they'll go to a warning up there, but we'll see. That gets into southern Georgia a little bit, but I know I have a viewer from Flagler County watching, and I know we were watching some of the stuff over there, some Stronach and right near the county line, right near the St. John's Flagler line, and then another area to the south that we were monitoring carefully there. Just keeping an eye on things. Let me get back over there real quick. And we're watching this here, but this looks like the more dominant. That may get a warning in southern St. John's with all that lightning cropping on up there. But what I want to see here right now, too, I know it applies for areas out west. Of course, just all the destruction they had from Adalia and then even worse from Helene there. I want to look back at the Doppler real quick from that event back in 2024. This is what it looked like there with the Doppler technology back in 2024 there. And you can see that impact being felt so severely out toward those regions. Are still recovering from Helene. And, when we have a thunderstorm warning, like for Jefferson County, they're still maybe a little more vulnerable. Or even areas points east, like in Madison County, more vulnerable because of all the damage they had from the tropical activity there. More vulnerabilities able to be exploited even. So that's something to be very mindful of, obviously. Just something to be very mindful of as we look at the overall picture. And then I'll go to correlation coefficient with this, and you'll be able to see this is another way to use it. We actually had birds trapped in that eye there back in 2024. So just a crazy storm setup. That was that blue in the middle there that was going across Perry. Birds trapped in the eye there of Hurricane Helene. But let's get back to the current weather story as we go back to this strong storm to the east, and then we're watching to the west with the overall severity of things, watching out toward the west there for sure. But to the east, this one's having some upscale growth. They didn't, obviously, toward the first coast, not near as impacted by Helene, but watching this carefully over toward the east right now. Just trying to give you the very latest information. On things. Feel like this could get a warning here at some point very soon if it were to happen. US Highway 1, A1A area. This is more in southern St. John's, but a little bit of it extends down in northern Flagler County. If nothing else, though, whether we have a warning or need a warning or don't need a warning, there's a lot of lightning. I know that. A lot of lightning here on Cedar Landing. Whenever thunder roars, go indoors. Summer Haven, it's getting out to the beaches, which is always a cause for concern this time of year. So lightning can strike miles away from apparent storms. So you need to be really mindful of the electrical aspect of things here with the weather picture. So just got to be really mindful here of the electrical aspect of the overall scenario. As I go ahead and broaden the view back out. We'll go back over here now. We'll get to the radar back out west. You see some of these different areas of wind. We have some storm acts in here toward parts of Baker and Union, some lightning. Lightning strike there just north of Lake Butler. That one here recently occurring out there just east of Northwest 1st Avenue. Got a new advisory out here as we get on in. We're in DuPont Center, seeing some wind enhancement. Saybrook there. Advisory at 3:30 on this. Let me see what they're saying with the winds and that on the advisory. Wind gust up to 50 and pea-sized hail. So that's the storyline there, right around Cedar Landing and US Highway 1. Some of the worst of that just east of 95, by the way, for geographic reference. So we look there with the lightning. You can kind of see what I'm saying with that. Again, just trying to keep you up to date. And this warning officially goes for another hour here out toward the Big Bend. Till 4 p.m. Parts of Jefferson, Taylor, Madison. Of course, a severe thunderstorm watch there to 8 p.m. We'll look in some more different counties. These are the Tallahassee Weather Service counties, by the way. You know, now not getting all the way into like Dick. See how the damage reports back out toward Tallahassee. The different icons, the different indicators. Again, just trying to keep you up to date. A lot less lightning in this corridor than what we saw earlier on. So definitely signs of weakening. I think that we had some cool air being pushed out, and that helped to weaken some of this. Let me get this tilted just right. You know, with these different boundaries, it's kind of hard to see where I'm at with this sometimes, but let's loop this here. Yeah, we had over 130, and now we're down to about 45 lightning strikes in the last 15-minute, last 15-minute period, the last 15-minute interval. $39, $41. Seeing some different indicators out of the east, so let's look here. Had some pea-sized hail reported around 2:41 p.m. according to Flagler County Emergency Management information that they got on in a gust of 41 miles an hour at 2:30 p.m. there. Definitely seeing a little wind enhancement here right around St. Augustine Shores, Moultrie community, 42 miles an hour. Just checking some different things. I'm going between things live here on the fly. Sorry if I'm not talking all the time, but just watching things. Been talking for a while here the last few days, so just trying to look at things here on the Doppler the best I can. This is north of Perry with some winds to about 40. Again, just seeing some winds. These look mainly sub-severe to me, but you just never know. It's becoming a little more isolated. I guess you could, I don't really see two direction wind, but let's make sure we don't get any type of burst of wind energy. It looks like we're getting a little strengthening on the southern edge here, northwest of Perry, by the way. So I have to watch that. I guess here on St. Augustine Beach, St. Augustine Shores, Butler Beach, some strong weather coming in. See this kind of forming up through Crescent Beach there. Again, 39 miles an hour showing up there in the southern periphery of the warning. And again, this kind of catches my attention more. There's more lightning over here. St. Augustine Beach to about Palm Coast, but really through, as we get on in here on Summer Haven, the Marineland area. There you go. Kind of see what I'm talking about with this. As we keep you up to date. Pretty slow movement, so a lot of heavy rain in this area. It's just started getting in there, but a half inch so far in some spots, but to the south almost 2 inches. Palm Coast over 2 inches. Right on 95, about 2 inches there in Flagler County. We keep you up to date on all that. See some wind enhancement there, Columbia and the Baker County. Again, severe thunderstorm watch there till 8 o'clock. If we look towards some of the different counties, we'll have to see if it's stabilized enough back here or not. This light rain in here, to maybe they may end up dropping some of those counties out. Gadsden, the Leon, the Wakulla. We'll just have to wait and see. A little bit of lightning there right on the Muller-Decatur line. Not much wind with that yet, though. This is up here north of our area. I mean, into Alabama, but it'll go north. I know around Dothan, they had quite a bit of wind issues outside of our area, but just kind of noteworthy. Click on some of the different indicators. See around St. Augustine Beach. See some heavy rain there on I-95. I-10 here, some heavy rain as well. See these winds here. Again, just looking through some of the different tools here in the Weather Center. Just not seeing a whole bunch of this right now, but they're still keeping the warning on the board at this point. Again, toward I-95, whenever thunder roars, go indoors. The beaches is where that really applies. I mean, if you're on I-95, it's a little bit hard to do anything too different, but at the beach, you need to take precaution here. Butler Beach and Anastasia and St. Augustine Beach. I mean, we'll get down to Crescent Beach, Cedar Landing, Summer Haven, just in and around these zones, Palm Coast. It's got to be really careful. Whenever thunder roars, go indoors as lightning can strike miles away from the apparent thunderstorm. This indicator's showing a little bit of hail in here, maybe. Definitely some wind enhancement in here. Right around Oak Lane, US Highway 1, Alhambra Avenue. Again, appreciate you tuning in, trusting me on this Sunday. It is the 12th day of July, 2026. Again, looking at some of these winds. They don't look all that impressive, but we're still watching the warning. You just never know. Honestly, kind of wondering if we're going to get a warning over here. Of course, we have a heat advisory in spots that are not necessarily, I mean, they're under it even if they are getting the storms a lot of places, but, it really applies to those areas that haven't, gotten to the rain yet. We look at our temperatures. You see how some spots have really cooled off. That's why I'm wondering if we'll get, that watch off the board there toward Tallahassee. A little more stable air mass over there. Sometimes things around here can recover real quick, though, but we'll see. If it wasn't for all this light rain, I would say, yeah, it's more possible. But with all this light rain in here, I kind of doubt it. I see 43 winds here in the southern part of this morning. Northern Taylor County, 41 miles an hour. Again, looking through things, this boundary here has kind of helped to get this going on the southern periphery. As we keep you up to date. See how that's lightning around St. Augustine Beach. Just looking at some of these winds. Okay, so it's 3:15 right now. Let me see if there's any questions, comments from any of the viewers at home. I'll go ahead and go over to that computer source. Don't see anything new right now. So what I'm going to do, we're going to catch our breath here since things are just, kind of moving slow, even though we have a warning in play till 4 o'clock. Excuse me, 4 o'clock here as we're watching the overall picture. We're going to catch our breath until 3:30 unless something changes, like if we get a warning over toward, that Palm Coast area, something like that. So, and, especially more towards St. Augustine where, it'd be more likely we're actually to get a warning versus Palm Coast itself. But you kind of get the idea here with the geographic look at things. I know Severe thunderstorm watch to the north there too. You can see it in the frame there, like around Athens, Georgia, just popping up. But busy afternoon here. We're keeping you up to date, and I'll catch my breath, gather more information, be back at 3:30. So if I need to pop back in sooner, though, if something really changes, I will. If we get another warning, something like that, here imminently, I'll give you more updates in the interim. But wouldn't be surprised to see that warning go away toward parts of Madison County here. But in the area in northern Taylor is showing some upscale growth. So we'll be watching, we'll be tracking. See you at 3:30. This is a clouds weather alert. Meteorologist Casey Cloud breaking back in here at the bottom of the hour again. Severe thunderstorm warning does continue for parts of Madison and parts of Taylor counties there in the eastern Big Bend of Florida at about 4 p.m. I know you may have just seen the pink area go away there toward areas like Leon and Wakulla, Gadsden, and Jefferson. The severe thunderstorm watch has been canceled over there as things seem more stable now. So that's what we were kind of alluding to a little while ago. Things being more stabilized. Here was just more of this light rain here in spots. That's good. We still have this warning out toward the east we have to be very vigilant about while the yellow box is on the screen. And even if that goes away, there's still some lightning around. But 36 miles an hour with the wind speeds there toward the Madison-Taylor County line. Just continuing to keep you guys informed here with the overall information. There's a new significant weather advisory. As we get further north, I know the watch is going to supersede that, but significant weather advisory and towards South Georgia there. As we're looking toward areas like Valdosta and further up, and we have some stronger storms here off toward the east as well. But around St. Augustine, no official warning here on play, but definitely some strong storm action there in that vicinity. You can see some stronger winds there as I go on some of the velocity, values here. I click on some of those. So that's kind of storyline there as we're looking at things. You can see some of this wind. Looks like it's starting to edge out of the warning on the northern periphery. Let's see if that gets co-located. It is with some of the rain. 29 to 36 mile an hour winds, so on up as we get, that's going up toward the Valdosta area a little bit. As we monitor things here. Again, just trying to keep you up to date. Let's get a power outage information. See quite a few outages there in the Thomas County, and then some Jefferson, Leon, Wakulla, Madison, Brooks, Gilchrist, Marion, and Flagler. Let's go over to currents. We'll go over to county power outage total and break this down. We have 3,000 out in Leon, 100 out in Wakulla, 100 out in Jefferson, 2,000 out in Thomas, and 300 out in Brooks. And then out to the east, you have Marion 1,000 out, Flagler 500 out. I know we had this new report coming here recently. Power lines down there at the Thompson Valley and Curtis Mills area in Jefferson County. So some of that wind impact, being felt. There was some damage reports. Again, looking at things here. Not really seeing any hail right now in here, thankfully. I mean, if there is any, it's really tiny, but just looking at some of our different information. Got a little bit of development there in North Hamilton County with this storm. Watching things over towards St. Johns County. Sure looks like it wants to do something. We'll see. Near the St. Johns River, you have some wind enhancement coming up into toward Jacksonville there. Over the next little bit. McClinney area, quite a bit of lightning. Whenever thunder roars, go indoors. Even some gusty winds going up there. I bet we'll get a significant weather advisory over there pretty soon. Again, starts with a thunderstorm warning on Plato 4 o'clock. I'm just trying to be extra careful with these because we have had some damage reports. Storms did look stronger, though, when we had the damage reports, mind you, but still. Definitely have to be vigilant here to see if this ends up getting a warning later on. It's pushing up generally northward now along the East Coast, kind of riding the coast here. As we try to keep you informed. Let me check our different sources again. Just making sure they haven't dropped this warning here yet, and it's not showing up in the system here any, differently. Maybe, may have been dropped, but no, it's still in effect here. I know thunderstorms being tracked. They're moving east at 35 miles an hour. Some damage to roof side and trees, a possibility. It's kind of right on the edge of if you want to drop it. I don't know if there's enough, to have a new warning issued, but I mean, velocity just doesn't look that impressive. I mean, on reflectivity, I could see why you keep it, but then velocity looks like almost nothing here, except right on the northern edge. Again, just trying to keep you up to date. You see things like a heat advisory in play for spots. I don't have it on the map, but some spots are very hot today. They're not getting into the storms. A lot of areas have seen some rain cooling effect, though. Again, just trying to keep you up to date. Some development in the St. Johns River, as I was alluding to, looking like some winds here. About 30, maybe 40 miles an hour coming up to St. John's. Could impact some boaters there and toward Duval. Marine interest. Let's go back an hour. We'll change this to like 5-minute increments. Just watch the progression here. And I think we just lost a warning. That's what we were hoping for here. So let's see. Let's see if they drop that. Just going to double check. It's fifth thunderstorm warning for northeastern Taylor and Madison counties is canceled. The storms which prompted a warning have weakened below severe limits and no longer pose an immediate threat to life or property. Therefore, the warning has been canceled. So we'll keep you up to date, but we're just going to go to a radar stream for now. If we need to pop back in with more warnings, we will. So keep it tuned to Cloud Weather. I'll be keeping you guys up to date here on the very latest. We still got severe thunderstorm watch for some of the area till 8 o'clock in the pink color race in there. So just something to be mindful of as we look at the overall situation. We'll just continue to update you here as conditions warrant. If conditions warrant, I know Let me put this. I know I'm trying to figure out a good spot to put that in here where we keep our counties on here too. I'll just move this up like this. So it's north of our area, but you still see that there's a watch in play. So into where that pink zone. So that's kind of the storyline right now. I appreciate you tuning in here and trusting me. I'll be back here as conditions warrant, if conditions warrant, through the day on Cloud Weather. This is the, latest look at the Doppler right now. If we get more warnings, we'll be back with you. We'll be watching towards St. John's and Duval outside of the watch. I think a little bit better chance of something here next little bit. But Valdosta, still some storms coming in there too. Just whenever thunder roars, go indoors. So that's the storyline for now. Thanks for tuning in, but I'll keep the stream going. And if I need to pop back in, which I probably will at some point, then I'll be popping back on in. So that does it for now, but just stay tuned. I'll be back here as warranted.